Now, let's see if we can get this thing to display, because again, it's not displaying. No. We'll check it in a moment. Wisebot said Fallout 4. My Twitch account said Assassin's Creed. Maybe that's what's actually happening. It's going to the last played game. Possible. Never really thought of that one. Okay. So, let's see what time it is. I definitely need to do something with this, but side pieces, maybe not so much. I should be able to set it in. Yeah, let's give it a try. It just goes in two pieces. The corner would be a bit of a challenge. I kind of gave up on this last time, but I think we need it. Now, let's try this again. And I'll just check that display again. If I'm not in there, I'll have to change it to a different category, and then back again, and that should work. That seems to be the way it works. No, not a hope. That's a thought. No. No. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. I think we should be able to manage it this way and cover that edge. I think. You see, that's my problem there. What about that? Yeah. Oh, I remember now why I cancelled this. This is not snapped in. I see. So what we'll do is sleep till morning, and I'll change the settings. That might work. Yeah, either way we'll have to get that floor done. There, now I should be able to work it. That's what I've got to do every time to get it to work. I think Lady Grey is getting the same problems, starting much like it started with me. There. Now the next time Wisebot clicks in, I should be displayed. Well, Wisebot doesn't control it, it just gives me the heads up on what's supposed to be displayed. That's it. That should stop it. I should be able to turn it now. Right, let's give it a shot. There it is, new category, Fallout 4. Alright, I'll check it in about 5 minutes and that should be it. Right. Now. That's my only problem now, the amount of time this will take. There. Yeah, you see how that one's gone sideways there, really. Should be back to about there. like that. Yeah, what should have been something simple. You know, it's gonna take a while, but it will make a big difference on the floor. It's unbelievably hard, isn't it? Look. Absolutely unbelievably ridiculous. The only chance we have is actually something like this, but each piece will successively just get worse. This is why I gave up on this before. Unbelievable. This is horrible. Maybe not. Maybe we're looking at this wrong. Oh, that's messed up. Okay, we'll have to change our tactics. We'll have to go on the outside, and then the pink on the outside of that, and leave the inside. I have a different trick for that one, I think. That would be our best. That would be our best chance. Now let's see if I'm in here. You know, it's hard to know this silly thing. I still don't think I'm in here. My god, this is brutal. Let me jank. No. Looks like it doesn't want to display me today. getting sick of doing it this way. So, that's the way it is. You keep trying like this, hit and miss, until it actually works. It's backwards. Just keep changing the categories until back and forth until you get it to work. Oh my. Okay, we'll go on the outside. I wanted to keep that trim on the inside anyway. Might work better on this side. And we get, cover most of it. Oh. What have we got here? Oh, the carpet has been raised. That's gonna make it, pretty awkward for it, isn't it? Oh, that's horrible. I really don't know how we're gonna do this. Okay. This is almost impossible to do it this way. Personally, I think we can work this. Well, we will try. Oh yeah, we'll try. What do you think? Yeah, I think that would work. My only problem is I should have started from the other end. Oh, hi Tigger. Hi, how are you? Yeah, we're just having the usual problem with display. Now let me change it again. And who knows, it might work this time. How have you been keeping? Yeah, there's a ground glitch here. Remember I was saying it in Hangman's Alley. But we'll get it. So, what have you been doing? How have you been keeping? I was on a bit earlier again today as well. Well, a few hours ago. I got the last pieces of my armor on that Valhalla thing. and then spend some time working on it to to get it fixed up. It's kind of impressive, actually. It does a decent bit for assassination goals, which I'll probably be using that a lot. So, what you been up to? I'm okay, but the stream is laggy. Really? Oh, on my side it seems to be okay. It's actually Twitch, Tigger. It's all over the place. I have it on my phone here, just watching it to see if it lags. But the internet is 5G, and it's connected right to the modem. It's about as good as it's ever gonna get on the broadcasting thing. It's toned down to 720, and it should be absolutely perfect. But Twitch has been strange. Yeah. Oh, hi Jill. Hi. How are you? Could be, it's possible. But I still think it's Twitch, Tigger. You see, every time you click into someone's stream, it chooses a certain server. If you back out and click back in again, odds are you'll be put on a different server again. Sometimes you've got to go that way until you get a server maybe that's not been overused. It's like, when you're watching free movies on the internet and, you play it and it's a bit laggy and buffers. And then, you back out and you pick a different server or a different stream. And it kind of, starts to play okay. I think I'm only guessing. Yeah. I did. I got about 2-ish. About 2 hours sleep. And we're still battling with the category. Trying to make it work. No, but I did have about 3 hours earlier today. But the broken sleep, yeah, it's not enough. It's totally not enough. Now, we're kind of under pressure with this. It's been giving us hassle. There. Now it's up. I'll give it a few minutes again. Sometimes you've got to try up to 3 times, switching back and forth. But Lady Grey was saying it's beginning to happen on her channel as well. So, what have you guys been up to today? I would have said it was the Ubisoft game. I've heard people saying on some games it does that to them. But the fact that it's doing it on Fallout 4 as well. And as far as I know, Lady Grey doesn't play any Assassin's Creed games. So this is our best option here. Now this is going to take a lot more time than doing it the snappy way, but good. It might work. just might get lucky with this. Just might get away with it. That, I'll have to change the settings on that one. Maybe if I take these out. Yeah, I'm prepared to take these out. Maybe that will help. Who knows? I ate out my front yard. Or laid, is it? With a few friends. For a couple of hours. Nice. Just worked and supper. Oh, cool. Well, you sat, sorry. I sat up my front yard with a couple of with some friends. Nice. Just chatting. That's cool. It does, doesn't it? I can imagine it now. You know, a nice sunny day. Ah, cool. Homemade. I made homemade breakfast pizza for supper. Nice. Yeah, it's nothing like the breakfast pizza. You see what we'll have to do here? I'll have to reset that stupid thing there. This is going to be a doozy fixing this, guys. You see the problem with that guy? I really don't know if we can make this stupid thing work. But if I change one, I'll have to probably change all. This is ridiculous. Is there any other way we could work this? I wonder, can we change the access of stuff? Scaling physics. Okay. Object properties. Disable object. Copy and paste position. Exit. Settings. Precise positioning. No. I think this is out of the question. Is there anything else that we could... it has to be something that lights up, you see. That's my problem here on this. I don't think I've got anything else that would do. This is too inaccurate. You know, no snap. I don't think it would have snapped the other way. I don't think that would have been possible. Oh, that's a pity because, you know, it kind of looks okay. The only other thing is to change these pillars, and we really can't do that. You know? It was delicious and easy to make. Nice. Crescent rolls, eggs, bacon, breakfast sausage, bake for $3.75 for 15 to 20 minutes. Nice. And easy. Cool. Oh, takeout. Yeah, ridiculous. There's a place in town for a large pizza. Um, any kind of respectable sized pizza. You're talking about in dollars. Oh, about $22, $25 for a pizza. That's kind of ridiculous, guys, isn't it? No problem, Tigger. I don't know why anyone would pay, 20 to 30 bucks for a pizza. I think 20 euros. And a horrible pizza. It tasted like, it came from the frozen section in the supermarket. It is, yeah. But you wouldn't mind if it was a good quality, But I've always said it. The worst takeaways in Europe are in this country. Oh, this is really nice, but it's absolutely killing me. But I know it can be done. Anything can be done. So let's carry on with what we're doing. I know we'll get it. Anything is possible. We'll leave the hard ones for a moment. I'll get this one in. Try the other side. If it's just this dodgy section, we've got a chance. There's a ground glitch here, Jill. And that puts everything off a mile. It grabs the piece and, hurls it down towards the original level. Oh, we might have a way around that. I'm hoping. These are going in kind of okay. I can't use the snapping way here because I've got to change the angle slightly. Now that would be okay if it was that simple. And then I could put something here. But I don't think it's that simple. Yeah, we really have a nasty one here, don't we? You see? No, I can't get it to push underneath. And I don't mind keeping it on the top, but it's not going to go on the top on the other side. What about something like that, or would that be too silly? Yeah, you could say that, but it's not gonna work here. When I try to put it on the top. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? It doesn't go on the top, it goes right beneath. And the levels are the same. At least they seem to be. that is kind of a problem. Well, let's say we go right out to the extreme edge. Yeah, maybe that's what we're doing wrong. And do something like that. Yeah, that's how we'll do it, I'd say. Now you see I'm losing track of it again. Once it hits there. Yeah, I'm totally losing track of it again. This is kind of ridiculous. What I'll do is, yeah, see, this one is sinking as well. If we go with something like that, the other one will raise higher on this side, I'd say. Oh, maybe not. Oh, it will. It looks horrible. Yeah, I hate it when these don't work. We could do something like that, but I think it's a washout. Now, here's my other plan, which I think we're gonna have to go with. Yeah. Yeah. I had it all planned out. There's a ground glitch on one side. See how it, once you get to the wall here. I don't know what they did. There's probably a huge object placed beneath the map. Probably changed their mind. With the layout in this settlement. And left part of it there and just, went over it. Something like what I do with this. But doing it twice, once on top of each other, it starts to suck everything in. It would be very interesting if you had a mod where you could strip every level and see the way it was put together. That would be interesting. Now, the neon is a waste of time. So we can't go with neon. But the strobes, yeah, I can use strobes, but I think we'd have to be, just in the center. It'd have to be pretty sparingly. It was a good plan how I did this before, let's say keeping the joints, on that. But I didn't expect that kind of problem, to be honest. So we gotta get rid of the bars. Welcome back, Tigger. I think so. I've read a few threads on people, on PC that could do something like that, to have a real good look beneath the map. And they said they were finding, you come to a settlement, you find a little bush, maybe or a weed, about maybe a foot high. And they said when you go beneath the map, it's actually a huge tree. Like the big large ones I've used. Glitched beneath the map. And then they're wondering then why there's problems in this game. Or you see a tiny trash pile, a tiny one. That's actually huge. You see a tiny trash pile maybe about the size of this. If it was left on its narrow end, well, the trash pile could be twice that size. And what they do is they just sink it through the map, you know, just showing the piece they want to show, instead of sculpting up a piece of that size, so they wouldn't have to glitch it. Oh, that's a pity. So we've got to think of something different than our usual neon. Do you hear that rattling when I'm scrapping? That's what I'm saying. There's something jiggling in this settlement. Although I got every last thing, so it's nothing that I left. It's probably behind the walls. You probably left something there. No, I think we go with strobes. We could be at this forever and never get these to work or look anywhere proper. So this time we save. There we go. Yeah, pretty buggy. I've learned from experience in this, if you glitch something, you know, in the same place, too many objects, it causes all kinds of problems. Not too bad if you keep it above ground, but if you do it below ground, different story. Now, let's see if we're displayed. Surely we're displayed now. I won't be a second. Yay, we're displayed. That's what it takes. You have to do it 3 times exactly, Joe. It takes 20 to 30 minutes to get it to work, because you've got to wait for it to set each time. 6 times, because you're changing it to Fallout 4, then changing it to another as category, then back to Fallout 4, then another category, then Fallout 4, then another category, then Fallout 4. Takes about 5 to 7 minutes each time. Now, sometimes I can do it in 2. Once, I got it to work on the first try. But we're there now, after 48 minutes. Now, here's another way we could do this. We need a fancy edge. We need something that lights up. That's a pity. The neon was perfect. Oh, hang on. What about this? Well, I'm not sure if it would give us the look we want or cause more problems. Oh, my fan is starting to rumble. You don't hear that fan, guys, do you? Because I do. There, it's not too bad now. Did make a floor with neon outline. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Now, we can't use the neon. And it gives me an opportunity to try a different system anyway. What's that noise? Yeah, it's the fan. One moment. That's the worst about using fans. Once they get a bit old, they can get a bit noisy. So, you don't hear that noise, guys, do you? I think there's a canceller on this headset, I'm hoping there is. But I can hear a background noise from the fan. Yeah, time for deep cleaning. We need the Institute stuff. Now, the problem with this, I would have to sink it well below. It's definitely not what I want. It's the lighting thing I want. There's that. Well, that's the only thing here. Oh, I need crystal for that, but it's not bad. Crystal again. That's kind of silly. Now the lights. I'll be able to glitch these ones, I'd say. Ah, good. Yeah, the cancellers that are working on this microphone. Oh, that's good. You know what it's like with those fans. You know, once they're a few months old, they shouldn't make those, the oscillator fans, you know, the ones that move from side to side. The gears get a bit loose and they start to rattle. I think we could live without it, you know, swinging from side to side. Oh, here's blue. Blue is not bad. And I can sync these so only the light remains. But I think this would be probably good enough. We've got green, but green is out of the question, and we've got red. Red. Let's have a look at the red. No, we'll go all blue. I don't think we can use those. No, it's a matter of setting these. Hmm. And then I'll use a lot of that smoke. The problem is, I can't twist it. That will be a problem. And then once you use multiple ones of them, they seem to disappear anyway. No, I don't think we can use those. Now, I'll show you what I mean about this one. And this would probably be our only way of doing this. It's the only way. There's a lot of them, but they won't look so bad when it's just a bulb that's showing. Beauty of these is you can grab them by the bulb, so you can always adjust them. It's not like a one-shot deal like the other stuff. See, like that? That's not bad, is it? Considering that needs to go down a bit. But out from that... Yeah, the neon had a nice edge. The problem is it's stacking a bit, you know? I might take the other ones out of it. Just keep these ones here in the center. See if I can come up with something different for it. Although maybe it just might not look so bad once we get them in. There. That gets the edge off. The smoke will be brilliant, but it's I'm used to it. It's not gonna work long term. Unless you know that kind of look. Maybe. Who knows? Well, it definitely catches the eye. It won't exactly be too hard to fit either. There. There's not a ton of them to do, luckily. And we can always have a look around for other stuff later. See if we can... If I could change the tilt on objects, I could do a lot more. You know, using stuff meant for a wall to go on a floor. That would be cool. Oh yeah, I got my last piece of metal. Managed to upgrade the armor as well. I had a look around on daggers. Apparently there's only about 5 in the game. I've got 2. And the other ones are roughly, you know, not much in a difference, so I think I can upgrade the daggers I have. Yeah, the blinking. Oh, Jill, you just give me a plan. You actually just give me a plan. Let me save this here. And let me show you this. I was talking about sizing. There is one light I can size. It actually might be better. You just give me a plan. Yeah, the blinking is the problem. So, just in case, we'll save this. Now we'll load up this before we put the lights in. Watch this. Not sure how it works when we size them, but if we could get them the right size. I normally wouldn't even consider using these here, but desperate times call for desperate measures. And if that's the case, then I'll use them at the corners here, and I might be able to use a large one in the center and kind of team it with that. Don't know how they would look, so many of them, to be honest. No, I can make these pretty small. And sink them right in. Well, they go a little bit better in with the scheme. I think we'll leave this alone. And I suppose, you know, if you wanted to, you could put a large one, we could make it a lot smaller. And just go centered with that. Now, oh, hi. Hi, Lyle. Hi, how have you been? Yeah, we had a little problem with the neon, so we've got to use something else to cover this problem. How have you been, Lyle? They do, don't they? The other ones, like mushrooms. Now there's that. Now, the extreme would be, and this actually might be better. Now remember, I can size these. Something like that might actually work. Maybe instead of these guys, which I can size as well. But the tip might be a bit large. Now, let's drop that. One of the very few items I could do this with. Very few items. So, what you been up to, Lyle? Hope you've been keeping well. Good. Ah, that's good to hear. Yeah, not too bad. Still have my cold, but I seem to be getting through the worst of it. I don't know. Don't know about that one. Yeah, it's hard to know, isn't it? You know where I'm going with it, alright, yeah. Let's have a look at other lights. If we can do it with those, but we'll have to get them small. Might be better with the other ones, it's just too pointy. And you're wasting your time putting them on the pillars that never work. So what else have we here? Here's an old favourite of mine, but a wire on top kills it. You see these guys here? They're not bad if you're backing them on a wall, let's say. Like, well, I can't do it with this. Oh, you're doing something like that. They're not bad for that kind of thing, you know. Unlike of those, I might choose here. Well, maybe not so many. Definitely not so many. That would save a lot of problems down there, and we could probably do something like that. The neon was the way to go with it. Don't know if I can do it with lights. That would be something like that. But they're not really shining up, Joe. You know? They're not really shining up. There's probably something in here. Oh, look at this, Joe. Maybe. I've never used these like this before. But who knows? Okay, I need fiberglass. This would be interesting if I can get it to work. There's a rounded one here, Jill. Would be ideal if I could get it tilted. It's on its side. I need it, let's say, on its base. But I don't know if I have any way of... There's that one. Which wouldn't really be the thing. That's quite nice, but... it would be raised a lot. Maybe too much. There's the guy. Imagine if I could tilt it. If it was standing up, I could glitch it in the ground and we could have the green running up the post on a small base. That's why I don't use these. There's not much I can do with them. Oh, the grid snapping is on. Oh. Let's have a look. They might do for other things. They have a nice kind of moving pattern once I build them. They might solve another problem I have. Yeah, they're from the Dima's memories. But I can't seem to get these guys to build. That's kind of weird. Okay, a total reset on this. There. Now let's see. I might be able to use those for something else. Neon, I think, is the only way. Oh, hi FGS. Hi, how are you? Yeah, I got them now. They don't actually look that bad, Joe. I could use them here. On each side. We could check the blue ones, I'll itch them in a moment. And then put some kind of clock or picture frame or something. The blue might be... although I like the red, the blue has the dark lines. Not really into that. in the red kind of look. That's actually not bad. I could go with a little center object in the center. Really good this week. Oh, nice. Yeah, I have something that might work. That might sort out this issue in here at least. And I could line them up like so. We'll just get our 4 in, but red is the only one that seems to be making a difference. But I might just do it here. We'll need signs for the other side. Just in our little seating area. We'll use those. And we're still stuck on this. There is a way of doing it. But it's nasty with the neon. But it's not impossible. Yeah, that will be our little kind of run through bar, our little seating. I'll put some nice seating in here. And I've got some neon clocks I could add. Maybe right in the center. Or something like that. We'll find something. Well, that's as far as the blocks would go. Those I can't use. Well, that's kind of interesting. I think we might be able to get away with that. Or even if you just wanted to use the, the red backing, and then something in the side. It took a few years, but it happened. Oh, extra day off. Nice. I could technically want an extra day off. Pretty much whenever. But I like saying it, yeah. Yeah, in the center I do as well. We'd have to line it up with the line in the center like so. Not that hard to do. And then push them in accordingly, like so. Something like that. They would work as our little decoration in here instead of the signs. You can only go so far with the signs. This is a big issue. I still think we could put I really do. I still think we could put neon in here. I honestly think it's our only chance. And I think I can manage it. Right, let's try this again. But we'll have to move it so we hide the edges into the post, so we only have to fit 2 in at a time, and once we get a few in, if it's okay, we'll do a save and then etc. You know, keeping it where we can manipulate it if we need to move it again. It is, yeah, the kind of design. But I can't use it too much in here. But for here, I think it would work. Just in this little area. And then I'll think of something here as well. And I think we're not going to get away with anything else except neon. As tough as that is. see the problem with this. Like, I can do this, but it's hard to judge the level. Needs a dancing ball. I've already got one. And I think it's only one I can fit. We have a little dance area. And with a bit of luck, I could borrow it off in Neon in here. We've picked out the ghoul and the dress. You see, doing it this way is guesswork. You see this? Totally doable. But still guesswork. And then we're using the pole, or the pillars, to hide any little problems we have. What a nasty little process. But possible. We'd need 3 on each one. So we'd have to go back to right about there. Drag it up. And line it up really slowly. Like that. Get the center one in. Do the same thing. And who knows, we just might get away with that. It's the center ones that will be the problem. I think going with something like that. Now, there's another way. We could also yeah, it's totally fitting in that area. It's a pity I can't make these longer. That might work, Joe. You know, hiding it into the pillar. Put the dancer and the maids. Oh no. And did you see the maid's outfit, Joe? No. Yeah, we'll use it this way. Okay, let's start this process. And it is going to be a process. I wonder if we could, really drop it in like this. Will we be able to grab it again? Oh yeah, we can still grab it. That's not bad. We still get to see our little piece on the edge. push it in. If it lets us, that is. What do you think of that, Joe? That would work. And we go from pole to pole, glitching them in. And then, you see we've got blue, neon, blue, and then the same around here with neon. I think that might work. But nasty. Not the way I wanted to do it because it's way harder this way. Yeah, that might work. Right, let's get a few more in. And these are much longer, so they require more than two. They're just a slight bit longer. What I intend to do with this, keep exactly the same level. We'll temporarily remove the front two pillars so we can see where it is. Oh, hi Hufflepuff. Fine, thanks. Yeah, I hope you're doing well also. How have you been? I know a way to a girl's heart, yeah? I'm well, can't complain. Tired and relaxing with my dogs. Cool. This way we can keep it on track and replace it once we get the neon in. Yeah, this is our only chance. And it doesn't matter about the piece being off. I should be able to adjust that. But I'll be able to keep my line, I think. For the height, maybe not. A brilliant idea. Yeah, that's the beauty of the pillars. Stupid controller. There. I see we can move it any fraction. It won't make a difference because of the pillars. And that's how much this piece is off, you see it? The other one. And it was hidden behind the pillar. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you gotta love that. That would probably work. And we carried on. Lucky there's not a ton of it to do. Oh, nice. There's a place called Taco John's. They have meat and potato burritos. Nice. that would be how we'd do it. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I should be okay on this. Kind of. Yep. Okay. We'll try this then. From here on out, we have to be pretty accurate with this one. You see what I mean? This is why I needed to hide them into the pillars. And I can't turn the meter. That's where it should be. There. Right there. I might have to double it over, unfortunately. It's not going to be a good look. But I don't think we have a choice. There. And they'll work from there, so this is a good size. That's how we'll work it. Should work. Nice. I only had breakfast, sausage and bacon, so I cut those up. I'm about ready cooking, yeah? Oh, come on. Gotta love the storms in this game. needs to come up a fraction. It's a pity about the patch. I could even it out in a second and spread it out a bit, but I think there's much you could do with that. You know, even it out later. Something like that. Well, this is where the problem is. Yeah, okay, I might. We'll do that in a second. I'll push the whole thing down and we might be able to hide most of it beneath the wall. So, what I need to do is I need to get the center guy out so it doesn't blind me. There. And have a look at this, it needs to come up just a tiny fraction. About there. Now from there we could do this. Get around that problem. Yeah. It's more like it. Yeah. It's a pity about the floor glitch. I don't have time for that nonsense, yeah? I have so many recipes for the grill. Now we know it's the pillar, don't we? It probably will force me to move the pillar. We probably will have to for the corner anyway. Okay. It's gonna be a grindy one, alright. It's the one. Okay. That might work. The carpet should maybe hide it on the other end. Not exactly. Okay, we gotta pull it in a bit. But still, it won't look as bad as the other one. That might work. Nasty troll of a thing. Yeah. That would work if we could get the corners right. I'm thinking of slightly changing the pillars now to accommodate that. We need them over the edge here. And that might not be a good idea, but we'll see. But that would work. Oh, hi Mikey. Hi. Thanks for the resub. I appreciate it. It was really kind of you. How have you been? How have you been keeping? It's been fun so far. Thanks, Croc. Nice. So, what have you been up to, Mike? Yeah, we had a major problem here, but I think I grinded my way through it. Yeah, Croc the grinder. Yeah, I think I did it. But it was very, very, very important to get that in. And we'll just go into this is what we've been doing so far, Mike. We've got our bar finished. We'll be working on something a little interesting here, I'd say. Something different. Working on the car park as well. Oh, I did the bedrooms. I'm alright. Oh, that's good to hear. Not too bad. I'm still recovering from a flu or cold. I don't know what that is, to be honest. Didn't bother going to the doctor. You know what he's gonna do. You know, just give you antibiotics. I prefer to try and fight this one. Yeah, it's coming along. But yeah, just need a few days. More, I'd say, to get over it. But it wasn't really, really bad. But it just affected my voice a bit. Exactly, yeah. I have a very inappropriate, teenage daughter. Well, we're doing the bedroom as well. Bedroom is finished. Oh, we did a bit out here. We got this done. I think the bedroom turned out kind of okay with the lighting and the paper on that. But the last time we were here, we kind of grinded this one out. So, yeah, I think that works. On this, at least. I'll put something in there after. And that's our bedrooms. Just a little, you know, it's nothing major. And thanks for that, Mike. $15. And I'll work on this in a little while. But in the meantime, yeah, we need to get this out of the way. It's been annoying me since the very start. Yeah, 14, 15, that's when they start to rebel a lot. There. Okay, let's see how we're gonna manage this pillar thing. And what did I do with my Q-tip? Here somewhere. Ah, here it is. Earphones. Making my ears itchy again. The only thing I've noticed, let's say, as teenagers from the age of, well, 13 to maybe 16, the only thing they have any kind of adeptness at is, you know, social media. You know, that kind of selfies and texting and, you know, that kind of thing. They seem to devote a lot of their time to that. Yeah, not a lot of life experience. Takes a while to get that. There's no shortcut to that, I'm afraid. No shortcut. Right, let me save this. I knew the pillars would come back to bite me here. But they were a little off anyway. So I need to move them out a bit to match the ones on the other side. Back in the 1300s, yeah. No, like even all my grandnephews, they can turn a cell phone inside out. I'll show you how to work Snapchat. But anything else, yeah, not so much. Yeah, it's gotta be branded. Unfortunately. Yeah, it's gotta be branded. So around there, it still works. We just gotta move these out. Yeah. We could still get away with it. We could still get away with this one. Stupid neon. There. That's not bad. Oh, it's too low. It's easier to go forward in technology as a whole, much more difficult to come back. It is. I'm gonna get some sleep. Thing into alert mode. Good night, everyone, and take care. And good night, Joe. And thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest and good day tomorrow. All the best, Joe. Bye. Yeah, it's a bit low. This was a simple job, turned extremely hard because of that flooring. Okay. There was never going to be an easy fix on this, was there? Oh, hang on. Maybe if I get rid of the settings, take off the global collision, I might not have to move that pillar. Stay safe, Joe. Bye. If kids nowadays could make a mixtape, I'd be a little impressed. No. Ain't gonna happen. Alright, well, I'll have to move the pillar. Not impossible to fit back. There. I'll get the other bar in, I think, before we even attempt to fit that thing back. That's a problem. Come on. Yeah, it's glitching from here. Oh, definitely have to put that guy in the hard way, won't we? Let me get this one in. These will go, it's just a problem corner. A big problem corner. No. Yeah, I've got itchy ears all day. I think it's the heat in here and then the headphones. Here, let me turn on this fan. It might make things a little better. No, that will have to be changed. Okay. Put a bit of a twist on it. Yeah. Yeah, the temperature is starting to get, a little high. Still can't shake this weak feeling. You see, that's the problem when I turn the settings off. It glitches. You see what I mean? It glitches. It literally glitches. It's a major, major, major problem. That's not good. I need this to keep it above ground, but once I turn it on, it changes too much. Unless maybe I can get me. Oh, it's a problem with this stuff. It's just this corner here in the settlement. It's always giving me problems. But with neon, you've got to be perfect or not at all. It actually might be this. I really doubt it, but... It is. My God, it was that. Isn't that horrible? Yeah, it was the pillar. I was trying it off just a tiny bit. That would probably work. Just got to get our pillar back in. Seems to be maybe a little high, is it? Can't really see. Eliminate variables. Yep, now you got it. It causes a kind of... Well, the best way to explain it, like a gravity. But it's not really, it's just a game. There's a kind of collision factor. It's probably the fact that these were probably quite bigger and someone sized them. So it's still as if they, occupy the same space. There, yeah, that is long. There. That would probably work. I just need to push it on a bit. All because the ground was pretty dodgy here. And that caused our issues. Still low. I don't even know if I'm moving it because I can't really see it from this distance. Yeah, it's kind of okay. I think that will do. It is, yeah. Totally. Yeah, yeah, I suppose it's the best way to explain it. Or maybe a kind of magnetism, I suppose might be a better way to explain it. We know it's not, but it reacts the same way. There. What would do? Can't help thinking it's too low, but I don't think it is. On the contrary, it's even probably a little higher. Okay. I'm hoping no problems on the other side. I think it should be a straight run. It's just those major problems on that side. Here's Wildpad R program. You for my own desires. Yeah, that would work. That will have to come out in a second, but we'll get these two in. And then we can roughly have a look at this one. There. I'm kind of forced to go with using that system because it would glitch to the floor. There. Kinda looks okay now. Oh, we'll have to move that out in a second, but... Well, looks like we'll have to move it out now. I seem to be on the right track. I wonder, could we slip this back a little bit? It's a pity I couldn't get this to, well, it shouldn't make a ton of difference once this guy goes in. Where's my, neon? This is going to be a scream filling this piece. Oh, come on. But I will hide this, but let's see where way it looks. Okay, in with the pillar. Seems to be okay so far. Where's the other one coming out? Not much. That would work as long as it hides the edges. Now, I think we're way off on this. Yeah. That's kind of okay. I think it's similar to the other one, isn't it? Maybe it needs to come out a little bit more. So we pull it out a little bit more. Yeah. Okay. That would probably work. Okay, I think we're back on track. Nice. This should go simple. At least I hope it does. There's just a few more pieces to go, but I think we got it. I said it before and I'll say it again. The floor in Hangman's Alley, almost impossible. I watched an ad for the new She-Hulk. Oh, is there a new She-Hulk? Really? Series today. I liked Disney as a kid. It was great fun visiting the parks in my 20s. I wouldn't be upset to see Disney just, yeah? They've changed, haven't they? You know, the old stuff. The really old stuff. But they're under pressure in Florida, I've heard. They've been living there basically like the Vatican in Florida. And they pay little to no tax, and they can do whatever they want on the land they own, really, because they're, creating tourism and jobs and making a lot of money for the area they're in. But I heard their new governor wants to really squeeze them hard. About time, to be honest. They're making billions and billions and billions and billions. And, paying less than a janitor to do so. But it's not Walt himself, like he's long since gone. It's the big mega corporation that has gobbled the whole thing up. When Walt was running the show, it was a different story. But it's outgrown his vision, but not in a good way. Yeah. Now they're obviously threatening to move, but I can't see that happen. But I kind of back him, to be honest, on it, as long as it's not cruel, to get them to pay their fair share. But at least he kept it. Walt was an anti-Semite. Yeah. Or so they say, allegedly. Was it Walt? I know the Ford guy was, Henry Ford, was an anti-Semite. Even went as far as to buy up newspapers to do his propaganda. That was long before they were much of an issue, but that was the propaganda system that time, I suppose. But yeah, a lot of the big businesses were kind of that way. But I suppose it was the time it was in, let's say, when they made movies and that. And the special effects and stuff, wasn't very good. So they had to stick to a pretty good story, with some decent actors. Now, they'll just drum something up really quickly. They can throw anyone in. It doesn't have to have a story. They throw in a few superheroes, get them to fly around, big explosions, laser flashes. Bang, you have a movie. Yeah. Oh no, it happens now. Yeah. It happens now. But they hide it a lot better than the old guys did. I saw a read about him. So allegedly. But corporations like that are just going with what they think, everyone wants. And if they do something and it sounds good, yeah, they're going to stick to that formula. That's validation that that's what people want to a certain extent. And as long as they make lots of money, you don't care what rubbish they. They hash out. Disney owns, is it Disney owns, who owns that Shadow of Mordor, that Lord of the Rings IP? Do you know who owns that, Mike? A company owned that. Didn't Disney buy up that company? Or am I thinking of something else? Yeah. It is a bit scary. I didn't know about the nuclear reactor, to be honest. Yeah. It's kind of scary now. No, I didn't know about the nuclear reactor. That's something. Doesn't Disney own a few games, IPs? I wonder who owns that. There was a kind of system in that, where you'd meet someone or whatever, some boss, and all his stats would come up, and you'd kill him, and it had this little thing. But they went to court to get a patent on that for a video game. Warner Brothers. They're the guys. Warner Brothers. Yeah. I knew it was some kind of movie company. The Nemesis system. Yeah, stopped everyone else from making it better and building on it. But what I found very, very hypocritical about that, Mike, they stole a lot. Well, I don't consider it stealing, but seeing as they consider it stealing by putting a patent on it, they borrowed a lot from other games. So if those other games had patents like Warner Brothers, they wouldn't have making Shadow of Mordor the way it is now anyway, at least. They borrowed from a lot. They even borrowed a lot from Ubisoft. But that was a pretty disturbing thing that I won that one. Imagine if it was like that from the beginning. Somebody came out with the first video game with guns, and then, okay, from now on, I'm the only person that can use, or rent out the rights to use guns in video games. Then another person had a patent for cars, and etc., etc. You see where it can go. Well, I'm exaggerating it a lot, obviously. But almost every decent game we have today has been built on the back of many other games. Yep, exactly. That's an exaggeration, obviously, but it will stifle any kind of creation in games. You look at a game and you say, yeah, I could make that better. Yeah, movies too. Although, I doubt it could go to movies. But yeah, if it got out of control, we'd be living in a nightmare world where you could do absolutely nothing. You'd have to go to court for it. Hmm. Mario versus Sonic sounds much more aggressive now, doesn't it? Hi Nellos, hi, how have you been? Excuse me, I'm still very froggy, and this cold is kind of getting me down. Oh, modding Skyrim at the moment, nice. What are you going with? Weapons and armor? Or? Excuse me. More for scenery, probably scenery in that. Which would be probably the way to go. You know, modding a game out to make it playable again when they should really be making new games. But instead like to re-release it every few years. Frogs, yeah. But I've had a sore throat for quite some time now. This one might just make it, I'd say. I don't want to fit in the third piece because once you overlap these, it creates a really big light difference. Hopefully. Obviously we'll have to be. Well, to be honest, I could do with being moved up. A decent amount, actually. At least there. And even more so. You see, that's the worst about using this system. You've literally got to guess everything. But it's the only way we could have gotten this guy in. Oh my, that's high, isn't it? Yeah, that would probably work. Those poison arrow frogs, yeah, and that's fun. Apparently there's a frog. I was watching it on a nature program. But the oil from its skin is hallucinogenic. Yeah, talking about kissing a frog. Come on, you little... This is why I don't like glitching these. This takes forever. You know, when they don't snap because of a bad floor. There. That would probably work. But you see how low this one looks? This one here, just by looking at it, would probably need to be but strangely enough it isn't. It's probably the whole system. He turned into a prince, yeah. Nah. He's just high. Exactly. Yeah. Hallucinating. They could get you a glass of water away from the pond. Yeah, it's okay, but maybe... I don't think I could raise it anymore. I know exactly what's wrong. Yeah, it's the way these were laid in, but there was no snap, so... I hadn't much of a choice on that. But I have a bigger choice on this one. Let's see if I can grab that silly thing. There. That's a little bit better in line. Okay, there's just a few pieces to go. Thank goodness. And that will create our first problem here. We should be able to feed it through. We're almost done with this silliness. I see this one. Doesn't have too much of a problem. Maybe raise it a fraction, but out from that. Close enough, I'd say. Oh, come on. There, that might work. Yeah, that's the one. Now, see what I mean? I don't exactly line up. So we'll have the patch. We'll remove the two pillars like we did the other side. That should be easy enough. Yeah. Probably just up a tad. Just a tiny bit. Ducks don't go up the stairs to fly south for the winter. All like the Bill Hicks line about kid took acid. No, thought he could fly. Fell to his death. What a tragedy. Ducks don't go up the stairs to fly south for the winter. Not that I know of. There. Yeah, nasty job. This is the only way to do it. It's just out of line. Tad. There you go. Right. Not much to do. No. We'll have to get it in. I don't see too much hassle with this guy. Ground is pretty solid on this. Absolutely perfect. It's a pity I'd have this done in 2 minutes flat if they all work. If they all work like this. Now, not the worst, I suppose. A tiny bit low. There. That should do it once we move it back in. Strange. There. That's it. Just these two pieces, and thank goodness that's over with. This usually goes in pretty easily, you know, and because of the glitch on the ground here, it's giving us a bit of hassle. Now I think it must be dark outside, is it? No, not really. We'll just fix the weather. 2 more pieces, I'd say, and we're done. So, how's your day been, Mike? I've been just lying around. I really hadn't got the energy to even go to the store today. Got someone else to do it for me. something I want to do at the edges of that as well. I have a plan for it. Oh. It's better. It's better. Now, one more, I think. Yeah, you wouldn't believe the trouble getting that in. Even with the global setting on, it wouldn't stay level with the floor. Keep sinking. There's some kind of glitch there. That's more like it. And the very last piece. And it better fit properly. Just needs to be lifted up. And then pushed over. I think we have it. My God, at long last. That's it. That's our lining. Now, I'm hoping the other one is not as hard. We need to go with pink around these two. So we have blue, pink, blue, that kind of thing. Pink again. Let's see if this is possible. Even if we can't get it in, we've got the worst of it done. One more for the road, yeah. Good live. Sky member. Oh, nice. Skynerd album. Lynyrd Skynyrd. Oh, never heard of that guy. Right. Round 2. Let's see how the pink works. Yeah. NYRD. Nerd. Nerd. Oh, it's pronounced nerd. Skynerd. Lynyrd. Skynerd. It's nerd. Yeah. I hate it when they use a Y. Must have some Zelda then. Oh. Where's my soda? Come here. Oh my God, did I leave it on the ground? No. That's strange. I remember opening some soda a moment ago. Oh, that's pretty weird. Okay. Oh, I must have drank it. Probably. Leonard Skinner, a PE teacher, is where... Oh, the name comes from. Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, hi Blonde. Hi, how are you? Just getting this silly floor done. Giving us massive trouble. But we got the first layer painstakingly in. And now we want to see if we can finish it on this. You wouldn't believe how hard it was to get in. Ground glitches are pretty bad. We're hoping this goes a bit better. Now I don't mind if that sinks a little bit in. I think it's a bit nasty doing this. Corners are always the hardest thing to do on this one. But you know, once you get around those ones, if I get too much trouble from it, I'll add something on the ends to make up for it, I think. Well, that's about right. Just need to move that one up a tad. Come on. I can't really grab that stupid thing. There it is. And then the same with this one. There, that's a perfect corner. Corners are the hardest to do. So, how have you been, blonde? And what I'll do is I'll go with a light fixture in the center. If I can, because I don't want to put the third one in. What could we get? Let's just get these in line. What could we get to fix that? It's all our neon. So, you see where I'm going if I put something like this in. You see how it brightens up too much on the end pieces, but I suppose if we had to, it wouldn't be too bad. You see that? I'm thinking we try and do something a little different on this. I scrapped the stupid lights I had, but I think I have other lights as well. Let's experiment with this a little bit. It might not be large enough. If only I could flip them over. That would make a big, big difference. There's the old ones, which would probably be the ones to use, and I could reach it right in. That is actually showing promise. It's kind of showing promise. I better save it here. There. You would give us our light as well. If only, yeah. What a thought. So, how's your day been, Mike? Did you do anything interesting today? Oh, I've had a pretty boring day. Even for me. And that is saying something. Oh, hopefully... Oh, we can't get it now. And that's why we have... It's a pity. It looks quite good. That's why we have saves. That's exactly why we have saves. I'm going to watch some Perry Mason. Nice. And get some sleep. Have a great day, stream. And thanks for stopping by and saying hi. Blonde. I appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest and hope you enjoy your movie and have a great day. Stay safe, Blonde. Bye. Oh, hi, Tigger. Hi, how are you? Still having a week after. Oh yeah, so just relaxing. Oh, that's good. You definitely need a break. I slept quite a lot recently. Yeah, I suppose that's good. You know, if you're tired and a little bit stressed out, it's good to get some rest. And thanks for the host, Tigger. I appreciate it. I am good. Ah, that's good to hear. Not too bad. My cold is kind of here and there. You know what it's like, when I get a cold it's quite strange. I seem to be recovering, then relapse into it for a while, much worse, and then come out of it, eventually. But I don't get a cold too often, you know. But when I do, it tends to last a bit. But out from that, pretty good. A cold is just a simple thing. That will have to be moved. I'll get that in a moment. This is what we're coming up with. You can see what I want for the dance floor. This was giving me a ton of hassle. But eventually got it. I knew neon was the only way to go with this. And now I have a plan, let's say, so I don't have to use the middle strips. There's still a good bit to do. I'll cast some sort of light on that and give it a different lighting kind of force effect. Yeah, it should work. Into everyone, yeah? Okay, it's the lights. I want to be careful with these because, you know, once we glitch them in, there's no turning back. They best be perfect. Okay, the stupid settings. But all of these would have to be in place. We'll test this one, see how it looks. And if it looks good, we'll see if we can get the rest of the lights in. Or if not, I wanted a light maybe a tiny fraction bigger. But yeah, we can go with this one, I suppose. Oh, well, that's not been put in properly, but I just wanted to see how it would look. It might not be... No, it's not. It's too small. It would have to be much bigger. Can we size them? No, we can't. What else could we use? There's not much I can size, to be honest. I'm not giving it back. I need some sexy, you know. His voice is sexiness, he builds sex. Oh my god. I think so. I stalks my sexy prey nightly. It's just you, yeah. Oh, drat is cold. The light is a little narrow. So, that's out of the question. That's a pity. But not by much. Let's see what else we've got here. There's got to be something. Yeah. There's got to be something here. Somewhere. So they're a little small. Those ones probably even worse. Totally. And then, well, there's not much we can do with these. No. That's not a fix at all. I know it's something the NPCs will be tripping on. Let's see what's in USO. We might be able to use those other guys. But I'm not so sure. All the ceiling ones are a waste of time. But the floor guys, maybe. Oh, who knows? Oh no. Not a bad plan though. Now, those ones are about the right size, but they're way too big. These ones, maybe, but maybe not big enough. I really hate the color. We definitely need something for this. That too, yeah. There's gotta be something here we could use. Oh, my goodness. I know what we can use. Where did I see this? It might be a bit large for this. Where did I see this? Come on, it's in decorations. It's probably in USO. I'll check this here. Teams. The meditation platform. I think It's in here, or maybe I've seen it in the special. Here somewhere. Oh, there's also that. But that's a bit much, isn't it? No, we won't be using that. No. Well, the platform... Yeah, the platform might do it if I could find it. I think it's in here. Because we could sink down that platform a bit. And there might be something we could glitch in. I can run around. Nice. Yeah, it's something like that, but... Come on, there's gotta be something here. Stupid meditation platform. Doesn't seem to be here. There it is. There's the guy. Let's see. Let's see how it looks. I think it might work. Obviously I would have to push that back a bit to cover the neon, but you know, just like that. Yeah, we could get the bars to line up. Maybe that would work. We'll give it a try then. The blue kind of fits, and it kind of goes with, you know, what we've done here. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. But it's still a little large, to be honest. Now, that might have been a decent plan for here with my chairs. But that's still a good plan for that. Let's see what else is in here. My phone's ringing again. It's nearly 5 AM though. Yeah, same for me, 20 to 5. Floor lights here are a disaster. So, we need something that would cover that. Preferably something that would light up. There's probably something in here. It doesn't necessarily have to light up. Let's see. Something we could glitch in. Oh, I've got a great plan. I know what I'll use. We can use these down here eventually, so I'll just leave them here. I know exactly what we'll use. Perfect. Okay. We went for the gold trim anyway, and I do intend to fix it up a bit better. I think I know what I'll use. I'll just get the first section of bars in, and then we see if it's usable. No. I know exactly what I'll use. You might miss out on the fun, form of fear of missing out. And no problem, Mike. No, this is what I'm thinking. It's in here in Snappy Balls. There's a few things that would probably work. That's the main one. There's that one. I don't know about using that one, but we could if we wanted to. And that might be a bit big, but the option is still there. And that's about the only choice we have. Hang on, let me see that weird bit again. Nah, I couldn't do that. No, we'll use the small one. And I'll pull it in right to the edge here. That would work. Hopefully get it in a position where we can take it out if we find something better. Yeah, I had some good fun on Valhalla earlier today, Tigger. Getting the last of the pieces for the armor. It made a big difference as well. Now I'll grab some soda. Right. This is our first draft on this. And that's the one I want. but it does not want to, strange. Stupid, isn't it? Yeah, we'll leave that like that, and might be able to snap on it then. There. There's that. And I don't think we can ever use that, but... that's a pretty interesting look. But we'd need that central. Ah, bit much. What else have we got? That's useless. Yeah, it's either that guy or nothing, I'd say. No. I can use the smoke animations on these, I suppose, around the side, or some little bit of colouring to get it looking a little better. Me too thirsty for your love. This is what we're going for here. How I get it central if we can. Come on. There. That would be our look on this. And as long as it doesn't show through on the other side. Well, a bit, but it won't matter really. They'll be for them. That would work. Now, yeah, I could even do something on that later. But we need a ton of these. I'll make some. We'll leave them to one side. And then I'll get back to doing this. And that will be the end of the dance floor. That would probably work. So we need 7 more. One, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. There. So, let's get back to work. And we've got a lot of gold in here anyway, so, you know. Look at this. And look at this. I'll have to fix those. They're in the bedroom. Yeah, I'll fix those in a moment. Tiny little mistake, but very easily rectified. Now, Let's get back to the neon. I didn't think I'd get this floor done, to be honest. Not like this, at least. No. The secret in these corners is to line them up exactly so the bright piece doesn't stand up so much there like that. Oh, come on. There. There we go. Just two more here. We put 3 other pieces in and we can call it on this. Should work. That's pretty decent. We're all exact same level. Right. I need to change the settings for these as well, but we can get these in place and have them ready. Now if I could turn a light upside down, that'd be a different story. But I do have a plan for these as well. Now round 2. My nephew was in a car accident, but he is okay, thank God. Oh, thank goodness he's okay. Yeah, he's very fortunate. Very, very fortunate. That could go, pretty bad. But I hope he hasn't been, shook up too bad. Was he driving or was he a passenger? Yeah, I hope he's not too shook up. But he got away without injury. Fortunate, thank goodness. I've seen some really bad crashes in my day. I've never been in a major one. As a kid, a couple of fender benders, but very minor stuff. I was waiting at traffic lights one day. Some idiot jumped the lights. I was parked, waiting for the light to go green. Jumped the lights from the other side and slightly swerved in and damaged the side of my car. And then ran. He was probably uninsured. And then, as a kid, I had an old junker. We used to basically play with, this large field. But I was going in. We were messing. And it was just a junker, that was going to be crushed. I couldn't really call it an accident. And I was coming in too fast. Braked, and because it was on a gravel road, did a little bit of a slide. Did some minor damage. But the car was going to be junked anyway, Oh, 3 cars were involved. Went to hospital. He is home now. Not sure his girlfriend was with him. So just minor cuts and bruises. Oh. Yeah, I hope he gets better soon. But as you said, it could have been much worse. Even broken bones, it's acceptable. They heal. But it could have been much, much worse. He's quite lucky. Oh, no problem, Tigger. But I've been driving a long time. I was even driving, let's say, before I should have really been driving. So that's a long time, but I was lucky, not to be in anything major. And the slight thing I was in was, could happen to anyone. So in that sense, I've been lucky. But then, I am an extremely careful driver. But not that makes a difference. You can be a careful driver and some idiot can cross over to the other side of the road and crash into you. That's not much of a protection, but it does, cut down the odds a lot of something happening. Ah, Croc. It moved. Looks good. Now let's see. There. Now that doesn't look bad. Yeah, I think we got it. It looks okay. Yeah, it does kind of suit. That's actually not bad. Oh, at least we eventually found a way around our little problem. Okay, let's fit in these bars and let's get this floor done. Have you ever been in a crash yourself, Tigger? Probably like me, just some really minor things. But I did have a cousin. He was a bit younger than me. He passed away about 7 years ago. But basically, he had an argument with his wife and was driving on a rural road, speeding obviously because he was angry, lost control of his car, went in over the side on a ditch. He was really badly injured. He was paralyzed from the neck down, paraplegic. But he lived for about maybe 18, 20 years after that, and then passed away in his, I think, mid-40s. It happened in his early 20s. Or mid-20s, I think. And early 40s he passed away. So, yeah. That was sad. Cat box duty this time. This cat is toxic. No problem, Tigger. Now, halfway to finishing the floor, just 8 of these to line up and 4 of those to place, and that would work. I might have another plan for the centre as well. But that I would doubt it would work. I get those in, and I suppose I could go with something like, 1 second now. One across there leading into that, and that would be it. That would be cool. Joining both. We won't go as far as coming across here, because that would be silly. But yeah, I think that would work. A year ago I was in a car accident. If I didn't have a seatbelt, I wouldn't be here. Yeah, you were quite lucky. Oh yeah. Do you feed your cat scraps as well? And that can do it. You probably feed your cat too much meat. There's some dry food options for pets. It cuts back on that a lot, and it's actually much better than the meat you'd buy for them in tins. You could give them a little bit of meat, probably mix it with a dried food, just a tiny bit to get them to eat it. But it's much healthier. Oh my. Oh, he doesn't like it. Oh. Yeah. Cat food will do that, some of the brands of cat food. But I found with dogs, and I've been talking to people with cats, to get a kind of dry food option, it will be hard for them to adjust to it. So what you would do is just put a tiny portion of meat and kind of, mix it up in it. And I get used to it pretty quickly. But it's much better than the cat food that we buy. It's got all the vitamins and, everything they need. Better for their digestive systems. Mm. He doesn't like seafood either. Really? Hmm. Yeah, that's strange. Although, I have seen some cats like that. Okay. Corners are the pain, but it can be done. There. As long as they stay level on the floor, kind of works. Mm. I give him a spoonful of food. 3 times a day. He is more like a dog. Lays like one too, really. Need a lot of running space, but no backyard. Yeah, that's the problem about keeping a pet, isn't it? Okay, let's see what time it is. I'm gonna make sure we don't get. I can probably fit in a few more before we need to sleep. Oh, yeah, that will be okay. With a bit of luck, I might try something a little different as well on the pillars. I might be able to make a base with these to match everything in, if it doesn't look too iffy. Probably do a half decent job on this flooring. There. I can tell you, it's lucky that we're using those guys. You'd never line them up properly. I will be right back. My friend needs me to help her. No problem, Tigger. One love, in case you're offline when I get back. And take care. And yeah, I hope you have, what time is it for you? Yeah, I hope you have a good night. Stay safe, or Tigger. Yeah, stay safe. Bye. one up. Now. No problem, Tigger. My pleasure. There. Now. There's that corner. I have just one more to do and then the 4 pieces. The floor has been a big strain, but at least it's out of the way. I see in the end, all the little pieces, come together. Come together in the end. There. Now. There. Now we move in the 4, sleep, and then get them into place. I'll have a look around at these pillars. There's a few things that will have to be done with these before we move on. But to be honest, I know it's taken me a while because I've been jumping from one game to another. And that's the vast majority of the work in here. Less the time it takes us to decide what to do on the decorating. Oh, my muscles are so sore. There's something about having a cold that just makes your body really weak. Especially my legs. And I'm tired all the time. All the time. Oh my. Okay. Oh, hi Mike. And welcome back. So, this is the look we'll be going for. We eventually figured out what we wanted to kind of hide it. Might be able to add something extra to it eventually. I haven't figured out what yet. Oh, my back. That's one thing to look forward to, Mike. In old age. Your body rejecting your existence. Just another perk. Where's the afros, flares and platform shoes? Yeah, but it turned out a lot better than I thought I could get it, to be honest. But it was looking extremely dodgy there for a while. I couldn't get the side pieces in. And the strobes made it look more like a runway. I might be able to use the strobe sparingly here and there, but it was a grind. If there was no ground glitch here, I could have doing it in 5% of the time. But that's the problem. You know, that's how you can never tell how long it's going to take you to do a settlement. Even if I did one on another cell, let's say another settlement, and I had to replicate it here. Every cell is different. Oh my. Do. We gotta get them pretty spot on. Ah, come on. Got dust in my eyes as well. I was looking for my eye wash this morning. Apparently I've run out. Yeah, bad back. Been killing me all day. It's just because I've had a cold, I've been spending more time in bed. You know what that does for your back. And the bed is too soft. It doesn't really support my back enough. No, it's not too bad. It's just that kind of ache you get on the lower end of your back, like you've been, you know, working in some kind of agricultural farm. You know, stooping down, picking up, well, whatever, vegetables or fruit, that kind of stuff. Did you ever get a back pain so bad, Mike, that you actually physically get sick? when the pain is really bad. That's what will happen. You know, once you reach a certain pain level. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Oh, that's 2 out of 4. Yeah. Yeah. Well, now, what my back problem has done, the pain has shifted down both my legs. My hips, I feel like I've dislocated them. Well, maybe that's a bit dramatic. No, I feel like they're bruised, if you know what I mean. And my calves as well. I feel like they're, all my legs are bruised. Well, that's probably just nerve endings, sending false signals. No, what's that? There, that's better. Right. Even my shoulder is feeling it. That's sciatica for you. Okay. Come on now. Yeah, I think we're down to the last one. So you have full sciatica, yeah. Got the whole 9 yards. The tingling in my fingers. All of that stuff. Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah, to a degree. I've got a bulge disc that's pushing on my spinal cord. It's not painful in that area, but I do have to watch it closely. Very closely. I get a checkup about every 6 months. But they reckon if I don't lift anything, even moderately heavy, I should be okay. I said when I get older, I don't know how that's going to happen, but there is a chance, let's say, that it might recede a bit, But they're not too keen on doing something about it unless it's absolutely necessary. So apparently the procedure is kind of risky. I think that's it, is it? Oh no, this one. Just one more. But I'm so fortunate You know, it could have been much worse. Ta-da! Yeah, that's pretty good. I think that will work. Then me. He's in that position also. Oh, he must be really bad. I'm not too bad. I can deal with the pain. You know what I mean? But my specialist did say if it gets to the stage where my dexterity and that of my fingers where I can't button my shirt, yeah, it's totally time to get it done. But overall, I suppose it's not that bad, Mike. It's just, you get it every now and again. You get a few bad days. It might have been aggravated by, let's say, the way I was sleeping. If you sleep quite awkwardly, and I sometimes fall asleep when I'm kind of propped up on a pillow, maybe watching TV, and it's not great for your back, and that kind of aggravates it. It tends to pass after a couple of days. But it's not this bad all the time, you know. Let's say rating my lowest pain to my highest pain, 1 to 10, it's about a 3, I suppose. Just more uncomfortable, really, than anything else. But the weakness thing, that's probably because of the flu. My immune system and that. It's surprising what you can learn to live with. And there's the floor done. Now, shall we move these into place and see what we're going to do in here? We'll have a look at a few things. We'll take a break from the floor for a while, or in this section. My mate's on a 5 or 8 average, oh my god, and can't feel his feet. Ooh, not good. Oh, that's not good. Like me, he probably overdid it when he was working. Lifting stuff he really had no business to be lifting. Yeah. The pain scale, yeah, 5 to 8, that's bad. 10 being literally you'd have to walk under a truck to stop it. I've been there. I've hit 10. I hit 10 during my injury. That was bad. I was literally screaming in pain in my room for about 2 weeks. Maybe a bit more before I would even consider, going to the doc. He obviously sent me straight off, and after a decent amount of scans, they found the problem. At first, let's say, I woke up in the morning and I had a little pain in my hip. Just felt like a bruise. Oh yeah, I've been at 10 a few times myself. At various stages in my life. By the morning after, the pain was pretty bad, so I thought it was a pulled muscle. By the 4th day, it was absolutely excruciating. I never felt pain like it. And I endured that for about 3 weeks. But yeah, during and after my injury, that was a pretty bad patch mentally as well. But at first I thought that, well, they didn't actually say it, but I knew what they told. The type of tests they were doing. They thought it might have been a tumour. No, just wear and tear, and then, trying to lift something that I shouldn't have been lifting was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak. Okay, I'll have to change the settings for these little nice. But at least we've got our floor done. I thought I'd never get that done, but it turned out a lot better than I thought it would. I thought I might not be able to use the neon because of the nasty amount of glitches. Oh. I actually felt like that as well one time. I had a bad luck streak and went into a depression, and even at that time I had some pain issues. Yeah, we do have to endure, don't we, Mike? Kind of wish I didn't get a niece and nephew in the last few years. But family bond is a good thing as well. It kind of keeps me sane. There we go, that's what we're looking for. No, there's that. I doubt we can push that in. No, that's okay, that's one. Let's get some kind of position for this. We'll most likely be using those, but in the meantime we'll just sack them. Out here for a while. Oh, I didn't figure out a way for this as well. I have to do that later. Well, for me at least, the only thing that really keeps me sane is my kids. Although the worry should have the opposite effect. Just knowing that I've got to be there for them. Now, I'll adjust this and then I'll use something to get the height. We can guess the first one. Rest. rest of it's gonna be pretty accurate, but there. Now, this is a good way to measure this up, I suppose. There. If I redact it, it'll hang over everyone. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, which isn't their fault. My pain though. Apparently, deal with it, or I'm selfish. Exactly, yeah. But I'm sure they're understanding, you know. That one we've got to guess on two fronts, but... Oh, this is where we change it again, okay. That one is really nasty. It's probably a wall behind. That's kind of strange. Well, that should work. Yeah. Oh, really? I'm assuming you meant like kind of withdrawn from them, as to, let's say, redact something to take something back. I'm familiar with the term, let's say, in paperwork. You'd hide something, you'd, blot it out. They try, yeah. Like a redacted article or parts of a document that would be redacted. Familiar with it in that term. So I just assumed that you meant you were kind of holding back, redacting how you were feeling. Leaving that part out. I've done a bit of redacting myself. Yeah, it's not hard to explain to people how you feel. And I understand. Oh. Yeah, you didn't want to mention it. But I think you should never think like that, Mike. There's always a better option, you know? But usually, it passes, it gets better. Yeah. I had an uncle who, yeah, two actually, who did that. But usually, I used to work with a guy, well, not work with a guy. I did work with a guy who had a friend. We used to chat sometimes, and he worked as a paramedic or something, I think it was. And he was saying that with all the suicides he's been to, about 95% of them, especially with the hanging thing and that, they did fight. They changed their mind when it was too late, you know? Just something that was done in the heat of the moment and then, regretted during the act. Yeah, to be honest, I've felt like that a few times myself, Mike. To be honest, yeah. I have felt like that a few times myself, Stress piles on, people passed away that you had great attachment to. But the personal revelation I came to, especially during my pain, I really did consider that, and some other things that happened. I've been around a while, so, you'll go through the mill, so to speak. I came to the decision that the worst problem I could possibly have is not being here. And for me, myself, it was a kind of weight off my mind, realizing that, the worst thing there is to not be here. Especially when you have a family, Yeah, it is always heat of the moment. Exactly, yeah, exactly. I suppose the trick is to try and, let's say, not give in to that temptation for that, slight moment or a few minutes or, even an hour where that's, really playing on your mind. If you can get through that. But a lot of people will do it, let's say, under the influence of alcohol, which is a really what's the word I'm looking for? It's a way, I suppose, to help the decision. Your decision making is really messed up, when you've had too much alcohol. But yeah, life is a struggle. I've always said that. Like, even if, everything was going perfect and you had everything you ever wanted, there's always something, that will bring you down. And modern living has not helped. The conveniences have not helped. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a crush. Oh, sorry, a crutch. Yeah. Almost everyone of, well, I don't know a lot. Maybe a dozen people have done it. 9, 10 of them have used alcohol to either help them or to literally, do the job itself. some people would turn to alcohol and, linger on that. I had another cousin who, literally blew his kidneys out. He was on dialysis forever. And, his medical help used to come around every day, setting up his stuff and that. But after about 6 months of that, they found him dead. He removed the dialysis machine from himself. Yeah, I meant to say crutch. I said crush. Close enough. Just change the S. I do what I can for everyone until then. Yeah. But if it gets really bad, there's a lot of good organizations you can talk to. And even, I had a friend, and eventually, he was persuaded by his family to go to meetings, let's say, with other people who have been in similar situations, and it actually really helped him a lot. But the decision I made was I'd stay here as long as I possibly could and do, what I could for my friends and family. But it's not easy living with pain. It does really get to me sometimes. I use Twitch. Well, I use Twitch as well. I think we both use Twitch. It was the main reason, for me streaming, to deal with my pain and the depression because of it. And when you're at that level of pain and depression, you'll get things that happen as well. Other things that kind of add to it, and that's where you get the bad patch. That's not bad. I was thinking about seating here beneath this. But, I'm not really 100% on that. But that's the first two anyway, at least. I'll just leave them down and we'll see. I'd probably need a neon strip there, wouldn't I? It would be helpful. But not until I fix the door. The door will be an issue. Yeah. Now, there's a lot of cool people in the same place. It's good help. Yeah, I've heard that. Kind of slow countdown. Now, okay. Oh, I was wondering what that noise was. I thought it was someone on the stairs. It was my terrapin in the tank. Yeah, he tends to climb the glass sometimes. My God, that terrapin is ancient. I must have him. Oh my. Well, Rex is 9, so he must be At least 12. You know the same, Croc. Any good streamers I can think of? I nearly didn't send that. Why I am being... Oh, don't worry about it. Any good streamers? Lone Wolf is a pretty nice guy. Blonde, streams as well. Very nice lady. You know, all of the friends I have that come on are all really nice people. You've met TM, Travelling Modder, and... Oh, yeah, quite a few. Most of the people that drop by are streamers as well. And no problem, Mike. Yeah, we could probably go with a second one on this. No problem. Yeah, there's no problem. And thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. Oh, I've been in some dark places myself. It's in my nature, Mike, I'm afraid. You can't deny nature. Now, what do we do here? Seating would be the obvious, but... I don't know about seating. I'm not so sure about the panels either. Let's see what we have in our menu. Oh, yours too. Nice. Let me see. Oh, seating would be the way to go, wouldn't it? But not that kind of seating, or not that. I think my original car pieces settee thing from Creative Colour would probably work. Only problem is it's kind of green. I think we might be able to go with it. And then I could use maybe green above on the other thing. Worth a try. Where's that Creative Clutter? Oh, why? I get so tired so easily lately, Mike. Tired but can't sleep is very frustrating. You know, feeling like you're dropping off but yet still can't sleep. Here's the guys who might have the best chance, but you see, that's the reason I didn't use them. But what about that? Yeah, maybe. Maybe, just maybe, as long as I don't go blank out the neon. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, that might work. I gotta get some sleep. And sword switching my bank tomorrow. Or today, I guess. No problem. And thanks for stopping by, Mike. I hope you have a good rest. And take care and stay safe. Or just wired awake, yeah. Yeah, totally. It does, yeah. It actually does. Yeah, I get very depressed, you know. Not to mention it hits my immune system pretty bad when you don't get enough sleep. But I have massive sleep issues. Every time I doze off, I get a back pain or something, or, a leg cramp. There's times it gets, the mental part of it is just as bad, if not worse. So it gets you on both fronts. But I've been dealing with this for 6 years or more, maybe 7. But I found doing an activity to help a lot, you know. No, it's okay. As I said, it could have been much worse, Mike. I could have been paralyzed, and that would be depressing. To be honest, I would prefer to go to the Golden Gates or wherever they're sending me. That being paralyzed thing, no way to live. My tailbone is dry. Yeah, mine too. My lower back is absolutely killing me. We were just talking about it, Phoenix. And hi, Phoenix. Yeah, I think most of the people that come in here have some kind of back trouble to some extent. You fell down the steps last week, so no, that definitely doesn't help. You went sliding down the steps on your backside. I don't know how many times that happened to me. Painful. Wouldn't have guessed it, yeah? Now, I'd probably go to the centre on that one, but it would be something like that. We still keep our knee in and keep those. Yeah. Happened to me once on a plain wooden stairs. I was wearing formal shoes and, I must have walked in on the wet grass and made them quite slippy. I put my foot on the top rung of the stairs and the next thing I knew I was at the bottom. Slid all the way down. Got my elbow as well. I really thought I smashed it, but, I was lucky enough. Anyway, I'm off to bed or I won't get up. That's if I even sleep at this point. I hope you managed to get some sleep, Mike, and I hope you have a good rest. And great day today. Take care and stay safe, Mike, and thanks again for stopping by. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good one, Mike. And remember, especially with family, there's always someone to talk to when things are bad. Stay safe, Mike. Bye. Gonna look, no problem, Phoenix. Eyes are heavy, so I'm not forcing. Oh yeah, totally. That's how you get some serious sleep issues as well. And thanks for stopping by, Phoenix. I appreciate it. Hope you also have a great rest and a great day. Stay safe. Thanks for the stream, Croc. You take care. My pleasure, Mike. Stay safe. Bye. My pleasure. I think that kind of works, to be honest. You know, as long as I could keep my neon trim in the background, I'm kind of happy with that one. Okay, maybe it needs to be adjusted to like there. Actually there, and that would do. So whatever I do on this side, I might do exactly the same. I would probably need to come with a neon again on this, but not too much on that side, and you know, just to strip on the inside once the door is closed. My problem is this. I have to find something. Oh yeah, I've got to eventually fix these guys. Where are they? There's one there. And there's one there. But they're easy enough. I just consider that for the time being collateral damage. Yeah, I'm kinda happy with this. Now, there's one more thing I would like to try and add to this. A centerpiece. Now, there's some pretty decent Nuka-Cola neon clocks, and they're pretty small. And there's some new ones as well in Creative Clutter, but it said, I don't know if they work properly, to be honest. They don't look like they're, you know, exactly working. Smaller than the other ones. I'll build both, and we'll see, you know, how they work. This is Creative Clutter rooms. Where did I actually see them? No, there would be in the lights. Yeah, power. Or probably here. There's some new ones as well, they're not bad. I never found a... Oh, here they are. There's one in pink. Do you see what I mean? Oh, they're not bad. So I was thinking about new... Now you see what I'm saying? If you put that guy in, you're not getting it out. So please tell me I saved. I did. About time I did something right. So there's that. I just want to try these. Not too keen on doing something that I can't move again if I change my mind. So we'd have to kind of move it out a bit. The pink is not bad, but we might need a bit of contrast. The green is... yeah, it would be green, to be honest, wouldn't it? Yeah, to match the sofa. And we'd have to pull that clock, you know, right out. As far as it would go. But once we do this, there's no getting it back. That's my kind of issue. And yeah, pushing it in as far as possible would be the way to go. So, if we didn't go with those... just different colors, really. Now, this is kind of interesting. See we can't turn it on its end like that. But no, probably wouldn't work. And it's not deep enough to hide it. That's a pity. No, I definitely wouldn't be in for that one. Let's check the Nuka-Cola one. Who knows? Might be a better fit. This one is not sure, but neon. Not your average neon, where are you? That's the guy I was thinking of. Well, it still has a green and a red. And that kind of looks like a better option, doesn't it? And all I would have to do is make sure we're reasonably centered. Well, that's ridiculous. We haven't put that one in yet, but I think we go with those. You've got the green to match these, and you've also got the red. See, it's something like that. Yeah, red and green. Okay, we're going with this, and then the other two. So let's move the other chairs out of the way. But we gotta fix around that door. I don't know how I'm gonna manage it. But I have half a plan on this. The problem is, I can't get a piece small enough. It's not too bad here on the pillar, because it's wide enough. This, however, is a different story. Well, what I'll do first is get these in. But if I was messing with the doors, I would most likely have to do this one before I do anything. Not sure if I can push it back enough on that. Oh, it's got to be a doozy. Oh yeah, there's a disco going in here as well. Okay, let's move some stuff out of the way, and I'll give a quick look. The disco thing is going to be a lot different, obviously. We'll use the flashy one for that. I got a mixing machine somewhere from studio in US that I always use, and the classic speaker, that kind of thing. There it is. And we could just about make it with that, as you can see. That's our little DJ booth. Now, I don't think we'll be using those anymore. And I don't think there's anything we could use here. But I'll leave them there just in case. That's what I'll be using there. And for the time being, I'll just push it well back out of the way. It gets rid of a good area as well. Now, here and here. Oh, I was thinking about a table and chair system. But let's see all this. Yeah. It's not bad. It's actually not bad. So we can use those in this little area here. Maybe our classic stools there. And then there's something on this. Well, the mixer machine is not too much of a hassle. And these here. See the yeah, you see it's backwards. That's such a pity. The sign only works. You should give opposing signs. You know, left and right ones. I can't understand that. I'll leave you there for a minute. I most definitely won't be using that, but that we have to be kind of careful with it. Okay, for the time being. Yeah, a horrible situation, isn't it? You see what I mean? Now I can't touch this. And I'm not sure if that's what I want. Yeah, we know what we want here. I just did that as an experiment anyway. So how will we manage these doors? This is the one we'll have to fix, so let's see if we can fix it. Well, we won't do nothing until we get the bars in. So we'll sort that. There's gotta be something I can glitch in to hide the edge on that. Right. Let's give it a shot. Oh, hang on. The things I used in the stupid bedroom. Let's have a look at those. Yeah, I probably could use them. Um, let's see. We're actually in awnings. These guys. Well, I wouldn't be leaving them there, Emil, because they're too far. But I could, excuse me, and they wouldn't come down enough. And I have to bring them down to the edge of this, like so. And then I need some kind of something going across. Oh, hi Yoshi. Hi, how are you? Holding on. Nice. Good place to be. How have you been? That's a pity, because that's not bad. But not low enough. I think we're on the right track. No, there's nothing else there that would work. I think I know how I can do this. I think I absolutely know how I can do this. So, we use this. Okay, we'll have to change the settings. I think I know how we can manage this one. Now, yeah, we got the floor sorted, Yoshi. It took quite some time. Oh, you had you a cheeseburger. Nice. I think we can work this. It was a cheap $1 burger. Yeah, but it was a cheeseburger. And I would be moving that right back to that edge. There. And I'll be doing the same with that one. Hoping that reasonably lines up. And that would be it. Maybe I should have used these first, but I think that would do. And then to hide the other ones, I'll use these guys. And even if I have to, I can put a double strip coming down here. That would work. That would work. Oh, hi MJ. Yeah, I managed to get about 2 hours. Thanks for asking. About 2.5 hours. Just got a bit. So, how have you been, MJ? Yeah, managed to get a little bit. Well, we got our floor done. We're coming up with some other designs. It's starting to come together. So if we can keep it going, it should work out. I think we might have managed to work out our problem here. It's gonna take a bit to get it done, I'd say. I think it will. That's where it should be. Now let's see. Yeah, everything seems to be okay. It's just a neon. Been okay, just dealing with a bad tooth. Oh, sorry to hear that. I've been there for a few days myself. Oh, it's got much worse. No problem, Yoshi. Yeah, take care. And stay safe. I hope you have a great day. Bye. Oh, hi Graham. It's been a while. How have you been? Hope you've been keeping well. Yeah, we're working on a Raider Nightclub at Hangman's Alley. It's always been a tough build. I don't know if you've seen this, probably not. I'll actually save this. Excuse me. And I'll show you around. Oh, hi Kat. Hi. How are you? I've started to kind of iron out some of the problems I've had here, and it seems to be coming together so far. But we're getting there, but it's slow. But it's kind of original as well, so. We're using all kinds of pieces and mashing them together like Frankenstein, trying to get them to work. Honestly, haven't been the best. Oh, sorry to hear that, Grim. But all's good. Nice. Yeah, just a little cold. I've been running for a few days. Oh, really? Oh, yes. Sorry, I haven't seen any of these, Kat. Yeah, this is what I mostly do, building in Fallout. So you haven't seen any of my builds, no? Oh. So, we're doing this on Xbox, and I'm using the free mods from, Bethesda.net. I don't use any Creation Club stuff. I don't want to add to the microtransactions of this game, especially since the season pass holders should be getting them for free. So this is our nightclub, and this has been done with a few different modded pieces from Snappy House, Creative Clutter, and some bits from USO. So we finished our bar. I'll be adding the stools and everything later. It still needs a little bit more lighting, but this will be our bar area. So I'll be putting a DJ booth in here, and of course we'll be adding a lot more flashing lights. I looked at it on YouTube, but no live yet. Ah, nice. Yeah, there's 3 missing from that. Spectacle Island. Spectacle Island. I still haven't got around to. I'm getting lazy to uploading them. Spectacle Island. County Crossing. And King Solomon's Mines. And that was Sunshine Tidings. There's 3 missing from that I haven't done a tour on yet. And then this one when it's finished. We're going with a kind of bike park out here, but I will be adding more lights. We've got a dancing pole here. This is just clutter in a way that I'll remove later. And we're going to have a cool dancer, a cool barman, and we'll probably bring in Hancock as security outside. The free mods they offer, they're way better than the Creation Club stuff. Yeah, and so many. Totally agree. But it was the modders that saved this game in Skyrim, to be honest. I do know Bethesda would not have got such a big payout from Microsoft had modders not rectified as many as they could, let's say, of Bethesda's mistakes. This still needs to be done, Cat. I'm gonna put a couple of dumpsters out of here. And you see I'm still building, so there's all kinds of stuff all over the place. But I'll get around to it. I like to move from different things every few minutes, so I don't get stuck too long on something. Very easy to get burned out. So we still have to finish the patios, but I think I've 100% finished the bedrooms. I don't think there's much more I could do here. You know, any more would just clutter it up too much. Yeah, that's what everyone wants, bedrooms with 0 privacy. So that's the bedrooms. The lighting turned out kind of okay. Yeah, it still needs a lot of work, but it's getting there. I put a fake wall here to hide the absolute eyesore behind here, and just added the same type of beading from, you know, the original wall. But it's pretty small here. This is a pretty big building for such a small settlement, especially seeing as I managed to get in the car park as well, or bike park I should say. That needs a lot of work. I'll show you my last build, Cat. It's totally different from this. It's mostly USO and grounded on that one. A more kind of natural build. We based it on the movie Congo. Tell me, did you ever see that movie, Cat? Congo? It's again based on a Michael Crichton book. It's about the lost city of Zinj. King Solomon's Mines, who were looking for diamonds to run a laser. Tim Curry was in it, and they found it guarded by killer apes, or not apes, gorillas. Yeah. But that was a fun movie. If you've never seen it, I would recommend it. You check it out. But anything, as somebody was saying to me the other day, anything with Tim Curry is really worth watching. So I'll load up that one, and I'll show you what we did on that. This is Sunshine Tidings. The last time I was here, I built a biodome with orbiting space station. But this is much different. So first of all, I encased the settlement with this wall. As I said, we call it King Solomon's Mines. But that goes all the way around. I used every inch of this place. I was really tempted to close in the entire settlement like an underground cave system, but the cell would implode. It's a miracle I managed to, get these in without too many issues. But it's entirely encased in this on the outside. I try to change the builds, you just make the same thing over and over if you don't. So you've probably seen my Bates Motel tour. That was funny. That was really fun building that one. And that was Croc Manor. That was a fix-up. The sheds are still here, so I just raised the ground level. Building up the concrete, always filling beneath, so you don't get any spawns. Now inside, this didn't take me too long, Hangman's Alley is going to take me much, much longer. This took almost 46 hours. So this is our entrance. And it'll stabilize once we get to the top of the stairs inside the cell. There you go. So basically this goes all the way around. Try to give it a kind of temple look, but I don't have a lot of pieces. Yeah, something like that. A kind of hidden runes, that kind of thing. So that's the grounds out here. We did do a large pool here. Let me check the options on this. I want to see if I can make these guys bigger. Oh my god, I can make these bigger. I don't think it worked. It would have been good if it could make them the size of sharks. It actually doesn't work on them. Hmm. Oh good, you're still working. I am still here working on that, Tigger. So, you couldn't sleep, no? So, no gorilla feeding ground here. And of course we brought our settler explorers in, Cat. And they're over here in the corner. That's a pity. I thought I could enlarge them, but it didn't work. Worth a try. So this is our explorer camp. We've got 5 of these guys. Oh, hence the 5 sleeping bags. And rucksacks. We dress this guy a little like Indy. Indiana Jones.
Don't care much for good neighbor. That place is nothing but trouble.
And of course our operations tent.
You hear about that farm run by ghouls? Isn't that something?
And couldn't forget the bullwhip. Your stalker is back.
Hope you ain't one of them synths here to spy on me.
So that's what it looks like. I did adjust the lighting here a lot, Cat, for nighttime effect. There is actually a diamond mine here as well, but it's hidden. But it's best to see it all at night. So, go to around midnight. Took a bit to do the lighting, but I think it was worth it. Although the SOE stuff can be pretty intense. Lighting. Now, wrong one. Just gotta clear the weather. Get the lighting clear. So that's what it looks like at night. I want it kind of semi-dark. And then of course, yeah, the lighting is quite nice. I always do the lighting in these settlements. Love is in the air. I was sleeping on that time. It was just, oh, rerun. Hi Lucy. Hi, how are you? Oh, no problem. No problem. Anytime, Lucy. How have you been? Now, the diamond mine, we done the classic thing, Cat. We have a secret entrance behind a waterfall. And this is our diamond mine. We even have a shovel here somewhere. Where's my shovel? My God, the shovel is gone. Oh, that's strange. I did have a shovel here before somewhere. Ah, there it is. And that's our diamond mine. Yeah. Oh, well, thank you, Tigger. Going to sleep now. I'm doing fine. But the heat is coming ahead. Yeah, it's getting quite warm here as well, Lucy. And thanks for stopping by and saying hi. Appreciate it. I hope you get a good rest. Yeah, it's almost 8 a.m. for you. Take care and stay safe, Lucy. I hope you have a great day. Yeah. Oh, well, thank you, Lucy. Yeah, it's strange cat. What, just a little bit of lighting and a few ferns and rocks placed in the right order. Yeah. Oh, nice. So that's our diamond mine. And that's it, guys. And that's our King Solomon's mines. Well, that's one of them I didn't show. The biggest build I did, Cat, was Spectacle Island. It's huge. Too huge for the game. It's a tiny bit unstable. But it's not a bad build. Oh, well, thank you, Lucy. No, it's more of a necessity. Figure. You can have one problem with the ground. So you start to build up and you say, okay, yeah, well, maybe I'll put a cave. Well, hang on. I have a cave here. That's going to be my diamond mine. So I've got a pool here. So you say, okay, why not just, open up this, extend it to this, and then we could have a waterfall flowing into it. It's kind of, just do it as I get here. Sometimes I don't even know what I'm going to build. So guys, enjoy Croc stream and see you next time. I'll see you next time, Lucy. And again, thanks for stopping by and saying hi. I hope you get a great rest and have a good day tomorrow, Lucy. Stay safe. Bye. Oh, why thanks, Tigger. This one I haven't. This one I haven't on YouTube, Cat. Or I haven't got County Crossing or Spectacle Island. The reason I didn't put Spectacle Island is I had a mod update. Some of the stuff got slightly shifted around, so there's about 10 or 15 minutes work left on it, but got too lazy to go back to it, so I'll have to do it shortly. But this is I'll show you County Crossing. This was the longest build. It just took me forever to do this build. And this is a large medical center. Took me forever. Longest build I've ever done. But it's the detail. And that takes the time. But this was fun. You see the phasing out here? It's taking a lot from the surrounding area. So it's a large medical center. We've got our postman here, our newsstand. We've got 2 large gardens. Hello. Then you build amazing things. So here, these guys actually grow their own medication. So I use the medical sign and the marijuana sign for medical marijuana. I thought that was funny. And this is from the Mary Jane mod. But it's only once I've used it. I got it actually for the dance mats. Couldn't find them anywhere else, but it's a big mod for just a couple of items. So that's our two gardeners with gardeners and our postman. Now as we go in here, we've got a double car park. Now these serve as stairways going up to the roof. And let's say the other levels. So there's 4 of those. And 2 more down the other end. On these 2 guys down here, I put in laundries. One here, and this is identical to the one just across on the other side. Now, I had a bit more room at the base of these stairways, so I did it a little bit differently. These 2, but one again is exactly the same as the other. And again, the other one is exactly the same. Now, the car parks. We're getting a tour, being one on the tour bus. So, car park 1, where is it? It's in here. It's pretty narrow, so we just use it for bikes. And of course I moved the workbench into here. And our electricity and gas and stuff. So that's the first one. Now, around the side. This is our main car park. And that's our main car park. And at the back here I think we've got a waste disposal area. Yeah. That's our waste disposal area. So that's 1 floor. Now, we'll go up to the next floor. We can do it through the main driveway here. So, this is our medical vehicle. It's just some stuff I glitched together. Of course, the medicine bobblehead. Now here we have our reception area.
Got a dangerous look about you. Hope you ain't here for me.
So that's our reception area. Now, through these we've got our medical wards. This is our female medical ward. We've got our nurse station
Maybe
here.
get back to Diamond City one of these days. Biggest town I ever saw.
Bathroom, obviously. And of course our patience. This goes through here.
Lost track of how many
Get out the other side here
If
for
you
a
ain't been
moment.
up to see Great Garden, you should go. Whole place is full of robots.
Well, that goes out into kind of walk around. Goes around the entire settlement. To here we have our nursery. Of course, we got our doctor here as well. So that's our nursery. How do I get out of here? This is like a maze. Now the other side is almost a replica, except it's a male ward. We actually named the wards as well. So exactly the same. Except obviously we've got all males here. Slight change in here obviously. Here we've just got the shaving area instead of the kind of makeup thing on the other side, so exactly the same layout. Now the two nurseries are actually the same. Now, oh, getting trapped behind a door. Now, the reception here. They actually have a bar here. This is pretty snug. So this is our bar area. And of course, spring break. Now we put some shutters on this one as well. And that's our bar. And it kind of bends around the alleyways here. Now going into the other rooms on the stairway with a little fire station here. Obviously our signage and pretty much the same the other side. So, same kind of thing. Okay, let's work our way up. Hang on. Yeah, I think that's it on this side. Upstairs is the other ones, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So here we have our security station. Yeah, he was. I think he was on. I'm not sure, Tigger. Yes, he was. When I started streaming, he was on, I think, for about 20 minutes. Yeah, you missed him. Now, let me just get this alarm and turn it off. There. That's gotten rid of the alarm. No, sorry about that. Yeah, you missed him. I don't think he was on long, maybe 20 minutes, half an hour. He's been very busy lately. I think he's been playing a lot of Mass Effect as well. So in here we have our research area. So basically, a large kind of waiting area. But in here we have our cryo room.
You know what I call a good day? One that ends without an empty stomach.
So that's our cryo room. And here we have our bioscience.
The farm's not much, but it's something.
And this is our bioscience.
Crop's been growing pretty good lately.
And that's our bioscience. Now, here we have our screening room, and this is basically for decontamination.
Don't much
So we have our hazmat suits,
That place is nothing but trouble.
our changing rooms.
Hope you ain't one of them synths.
Just some X-ray machines and that. Pretty much the same here. And here we have our decontamination chamber.
You hear about that farm run by ghouls? Isn't that something?
Crop's coming in pretty good.
So that's our screening. Now, down here we have our cafeteria. And this is our cafeteria. That just leads back to the screening room.
Huh?
And of course our kitchen. Kitchen took a long time to do. But eventually got it. Oh, hi Nellos. Yeah. We did a medical center at County Crossing. It's huge. This is my longest ever build on this one. Because of all the detail, there's so much in it. An amazing thing is, I don't think we've even lost a frame so far. So that's our cafeteria. No, wait, thanks. This one I did a while back. So that's our cafeteria.
Farming's as honest as
Now as we go through here, in our hallway we have medical storage. That leads out to our exit zone. Medical storage. This is our operating theater right here. So, our operating theater.
My back hurts, my feet hurt, everything hurts.
And this is a combination of beds, tables, shelves, and consoles that I glitched together to make this look. And this is our ICU containment area.
Got work to do. Can't talk now.
That's our operating theater. Now, through here, basically the same layout as behind. Medical storage, and exit. And this just goes back into the labs that we just seen. Now, out here, we have the usual fire points. That's our stairway system going down. But here, I did a barber shop. Oh my.
Huh?
So this is our barber shop. Yeah. Oh, I thank you, Tigger.
Out here,
There we go.
you gotta take things one day at a time.
So that's a barber shop. Now, we're pretty much done on this level. It's just the roof. We've done a good bit on the roof. So now we're on the roof. So we have our own medical transport, vertibird, a fuel dump, and some flight controllers here. Inside. And of course our settlement sign. Now the vertibird. We have our pre-check pilot. And our maintenance, one of our maintenance crew. We dressed him in Brotherhood because, you know, the vertibird. It was more fitting. Did some stuff on this, like smoke animation on the engines. You know, the first aid sign on the side, blue light on the top. Again with the smoke animation on the side. And inside. Managed to get in 2 pilots, a flight recorder, a gurney, oxygen tank, first aid, and some signage and stuff. Just to try and make it look like some kind of medical transport. And that's it, guys. That's my county crossing. Quite a big settlement for such a small area. Now let me jump down. We'll load it back up and I'll show some more some other time.
If you were,
And I am extremely tired.
was that?
I can barely feel my legs. I've never had really much sleep, but since I got this cold or flu or whatever it is, all my sleep has really gone. And that's it, guys. That's the medical center. Kicks in with phasing sometimes.
The
I
only
think it's
way
got
you
to
get
do
over
with these
this
guys.
job is assume everyone's out to kill you.
That's taking a lot from the cell. There we go. Right, let's load this up. Oh, wrong one. Silly. Now I've got to double load these to avoid bugs. Oh, Rex, my dog is awake. Hello, doggy. How have you been? Sleepy, yeah? Very sleepy. Hello, poor dog. Now we should be pretty safe. So, that's what we've done so far. I've managed to fix the floor tigger. I guess we're going to get under these circumstances. I have a plan for this area. And eventually get around to that as well. My biggest issue is hiding these, which again, I might be able to work that one out. And I'll have to do a little bit. Was that a dog, guys? Oh no, the shadow. You see the shadow moving on the wall, guys? You see it right down there in front? You see it again in a moment. Oh, it's not there now. I think it's the windmill generator we put up. It's huge. I think the shadow was from that. And that's what we've done on this one, but at least we got the floor area out of the way. And if I have time, I'll probably come back here later today and try and do a little bit of this while I'm not streaming. But I think I'll leave it here, guys. I am absolutely wrecked. I can barely keep my eyes open. The cold has really, knocked me for 6. Yeah, I think I should lie down. But, yeah, I did a decent 5.5 hours. Not bad for someone with a cold. Yeah, so what I'll do is, I'll see if any of our friends are streaming. And I'll stay on their channel for a while. And if you're in the mood to, watch some more, you might consider joining. I'd appreciate that. And we can hang out there for a little while I nod off, get some rest. I think I'll need it. Yeah, this cold is a hard one to shake. I think I'm prolonging the cold by, not getting enough sleep. Not good for my immune system. But I shall be back tomorrow at the same time. And if I wake up early enough, I might do a 2 or 3, maybe 4 hour stream before my main stream. If I manage to find a time. But I will be back tomorrow at the same time. I'll go anywhere from 4 hours, but it's usually 6. When I script for 4, I usually push to 6 and sometimes 7, depending on how I feel. Now let's see who's streaming, but before I do, I'll say farewell to all you guys, and wish you have a great day. So, goodbye Nettles, thanks for stopping by, I appreciate it. You too, Tigger, I hope you managed to get some rest, and I appreciate you dropping by. Also MJ, and a Hufflepuff, and Jill, take care guys. Phoenix and Lucy, stay safe. And you too, Kat. Thanks again for stopping by. And let's see what else we have. Oh, of course, Yoshi. Stay safe, Yoshi. And you too, Grim. And nice to hear from you again. And I missed that one. Mods really did change Fallout and Skyrim. They did. I keep missing messages. My message board, sometimes it moves a bit quickly. I'm very absent-minded when it comes to reading messages, I'm afraid. My apologies, Grim. So much, oh of course, so much more replay value. You know, to build on this in vanilla, to be honest, you know, one playthrough is enough. So stay safe, Grim. And Yoshi, MJ. And of course Mike. Yeah, take care Mike, and thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a great day tomorrow. And I think I mentioned Phoenix. Who else is here? I'm just skimming through the chat log. And that's everyone I can see. I think FGS was on earlier. And take care, FGS. Hope you have a great day. So again, yeah, thanks for watching, guys. I appreciate the support. I shall return tomorrow. But in the meantime, yeah, we'll see who's streaming, and I'll stay on that channel as long as I can, but I'll be lurking on it as well. So, let's see who's streaming. Yeah, I'll check it in a minute. Good night, Tigger. I appreciate it. Stay safe. And thanks for following. You don't mind if I call you DP? I appreciate it. And welcome. So, let's see who's streaming.